appreciate the intentionality behind this year's planning. Let's give them a big round of applause for that. And before we even get into today's program, I just want to take a moment to highlight all of you, our partners, everyone who's working with us to make sure that this event is a success. I want to start with us giving a huge round of applause to our diamond sponsor. Let's appreciate First Mutual Reinsurance all the way from Botswana. We really do appreciate your support. We also have our Gold Plus sponsor, Britam. Thank you so much for standing with us. And of course, we cannot forget all our other amazing sponsors who are walking this journey with us and who play a key role in making today possible. Let's also just give everyone a big round of applause and say thank you so much for believing in this and working hard to make sure that today is possible. Now, to give us the words of welcome, put your hands together as we invite Diodone Boningawa, conference convener at RIBA. He's going to be giving us the welcome remarks. There he comes. Let's escort him with a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, Madam Tseo. Good morning. How do we say that in Luganda? Masuze Mutia. Okay. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to RUBAVU for this important fourth RIBA annual conference under the theme Innovate, Integrate, Ensure. On behalf of the organizing committee, allow me to extend special recognition to sponsors whose generous support has made this gathering possible, to the venue management team here in RUBAVU for their excellent facilities, and to our dedicated event planners whose tireless efforts have ensured every detail is well in place. We are truly grateful. This conference brings together leaders and experts from across the region and beyond to share knowledge, foster collaboration, and chart a path toward a more resilient and innovative insurance sector. Our theme calls us to embrace creativity, deepen regional integration, and strengthen the promise of insurance as a safeguard for individuals, communities, and businesses. The American author William Arthur Ward once wrote, "The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change. The realist adjusts the sail." Today, as we gather here, let us be the realists who adjust the sail by innovating where old models no longer serve, integrating across borders and markets, and ensuring against tomorrow's risks with foresight and responsibility. I trust that the sessions ahead will inspire a meaningful dialogue, new partnerships, and practical solutions for the future of our industry. Once again, welcome to RUBAVU. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a memorable conference experience. Murakoze, mwebale, asanteni, tatenda. Mendes, is tatenda okay?
Also, another thing I'm looking forward is the cultural exchange. Learning a few words, picking up a few words from the different cultures and dialects that are represented here. And before even we dive deeper, we're going to take a moment and appreciate culture. You know, as Diodone has started us off on a right note, as we walked in, we had the amazing, amazing drummers, and now we're going to witness the Rwandan traditional dances. So put your hands together. Let's welcome Inganzo Ngari.
uraho Rwanda yacu uraho Rwanda nziza uraho rwatubyaye uraho rwagasabo yego rwamata bateza adatemba yego rwamata meza hafu n'imitozo uraho Rwanda yacu uraho Rwanda nziza uraho rwatubyaye uraho rwagasabo urw'amata meza hafu n'imitozo ruhengeri rw'imurera ureba ibirunga twigabigabiro tugana akagera ducibuganza no kuri muhaze uraho Rwanda yacu uraho Rwanda nziza uraho rwatubyaye uraho rwagasabo urw'amata meza avuna imitozo yeho rwatubyaye uraho rwagasabo uraho Rwanda nziza uraho rwatubyaye uraho rwatubyaye uraho rwagasabo urw'amata meza avuna imitozo ducibuganza no kuri muhaze twigabigabiro tugana kambabwinye yamararongo yizamareherenge zangwe nteko yayeganye karuko zaza abana batorana Mu
Wow, what can you say about such a performance? You know, just when you think they are done, they have more to give. The energy, the beauty, the artistry in each and every step, each and every bit. Let's appreciate Inganzongari one more time. That was an amazing, amazing performance. Now, to give us the opening address, help me welcome Mendes, the president of RIBA, who's going to be telling us more about why we're here. Let's appreciate her as she comes to the stage.
Wow, what an amazing performance. The guest of honor, Ms. Faith Vatamuriza, Director of Insurance and Pension Supervision at the National Bank of Rwanda. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Saul Seremba, CEO of the Insurance Training College of Uganda. The presidents of our sister associations in East Africa, Mr. Paul Mohamed, President of the East Africa Insurance Brokers Association and IBAO, Mr. John Langat, the President of the Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya, Mr. Abdul, the President of the Insurance Brokers Association of Burundi, Ms. Elenipa, the President of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, the Chairperson of ASTA, Mr. Andrew Kaluyige, leaders and delegates from various countries. We have Mauritius, South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and across the East African community. Sponsors, CEOs of insurance companies, reinsurers, development partners, members of financial services community, fellow brokers, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and humility that I welcome you on behalf of the Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association to the 4th annual RIBA conference here in the beautiful RUBAVU district. In the spirit of unity and diversity, allow me to try and greet you in some of the languages that reflect Africa's richness and our industry reach. Murao Neza, Wasuze Ochia, Habari za Subuhi, Bonjour, Dumelang, Savona, Mangwanani. Each of these greetings is more than a word. It represents the communities we serve, the cultures we embrace, and the unity that brings us together. Our theme this year, innovate, integrate, ensure, is both a call to action and a roadmap for our industry. When we talk about innovation, Rwanda's insurance penetration remains below potential. Farmers facing climate risks, SMEs navigating uncertainty, and families seeking security all need solutions that represent to their realities. This is where insurtech, microinsurance, and digital platforms must step in, making insurance relevant, accessible, and affordable. When we talk about integration, we must integrate technology, integrate regional markets across East Africa, and integrate insurance more firmly into the wider financial ecosystem, breaking silos and building partnerships across brokers, insurers, reinsurers, regulators, and technology providers is the only way forward. When we talk insure, we are looking at customer centricity. At the heart of insurance is the customer. Insurance is not just about policies, it is about people. Transparent products, fair claims, and continuous engagement, and how we earn and keep trust. And trust is our most valuable currency. And today, I'm excited that we have women that you will just see, a whole panel just of women. Inclusion is not optional. Women form the majority of our population, yet remain underrepresented as leaders and customers. This must change. When women thrive in insurance, as clients, innovators, and leaders, the entire industry thrives. I'm happy to have women that I respect, women I've seen grow, women who have challenged me to be part of this panel. Then professionalism is also the bedrock of our credibility. The future requires leaders who are ethical, visionary, and accountable. Leaders who embrace change, mentor the next generation, and raise the bar of our industry. The insurance professional of tomorrow must master new skills, data analytics, digital tools, cyber and climate risk, and regulatory agility. Capacity building and continuous development are no longer optional, they are essential. So a call to action. To regulators, continue shaping an environment that encourages innovation while protecting consumers. To insurers, work hand in hand with brokers to design better products and integrate digital solutions. To reinsurers, support us with knowledge and capacity to underwrite new and emerging risks. To brokers, recommit to professionalism, customer service, and lifelong learning. To sponsors and partners, stay with us on this journey as we build a stronger, more inclusive industry. This conference is not just about conversation, it is about commitment. Let us leave RUBAVU with renewed purpose and practical actions. Today, I'm excited to celebrate a milestone, the first edition of the RIBA magazine, a platform for thought leadership, best practice, sharing, and celebrating our industry. I would like to take this moment to recognize those who made this first edition possible. Our contributors to articles, we've got Ms. Sheila Kireka of Old Mutual, Mr. Saul Sirembe of ITC, Mr. Roland Kifori of Ascoma, sorry Role, Simon Gatimu of Zamara Re, and the National Bank of Rwanda, Derek Kananura and Diodene, and Mr. Paul Mohammed. Thank you for contributing to our first RIBA magazine through your articles. To those that advertised, those that are sponsoring this first RIBA magazine, we want to appreciate Liaison Group, Zamara, Radiant, AIB, Zion, Ascoma, Blend Management, Britam, RBS, the Insurance Training College, and Smart Applications. Your contributions mark the beginning of a tradition that will showcase the strength, knowledge, and innovation of our industry. After this session, copies will be distributed of our magazine. This is not a grand launch, but it is the beginning worth celebrating. And with your continued input, it will only grow stronger. We look forward for more contributors to the magazine. Please, those that want to make this industry go, let us have your contributions through sponsorships, through articles. So I would just like the team to distribute our magazine and kindly play the small video that we have for you. As I close, I thank our sponsors, partners, delegates, and guests. With events of this scale, there may be small oversights. We ask for your understanding and welcome your feedback to help us do even better. This is your conference, your association, and your industry. Together, let us innovate, integrate, and ensure the future of Rwanda, East Africa, and beyond. Let me end as I began. Murakoze chane, webalinyo, asenteni sana, merci beaucoup, kialebonga, niabonga, tatenda, jikuru. And of course, thank you very much. Have a successful conference. I would like to call to the stage a man I look up to, my brother, the president of the East Africa Insurance Brokers Association, and also president of the Insurance Brokers of Uganda, to give us a few words. Mr. Paul Mohammed.
Our regulator here this morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will ride on the protocol that has been observed earlier. I bring you warm, warm greetings from the East African region. It is an honor and pleasure to stand before you today at the 4th Rwanda Insurance Conference. I wish to begin by commending the leadership of RIBA for organizing this important conference under the theme, Innovate, Integrate, Insure. This is more than a slogan. It is a call to action that captures the very spirit of our time. Innovate. How do you innovate leading in a digital era? We are living through a period of rapid digital transformation. I'm sure you'll all agree with me. Around the world, technology has defined how clients engage with insurance. From purchasing cover on a mobile phone to having claims settled using all kinds of digital tools. As brokers, we must lead in this space, not lag behind. Innovation is not just about adopting new tools, it's about reshaping our mindset. It's about designing inclusive products, streamlining service delivery, and building systems that respond to the realities of our people. From Kigali to Kampala to Bujumbura to Nairobi to Dar es Salaam and beyond. The East Africa Insurance Brokers Association is actively working to support digital literacy and innovation hubs across the member countries. We envision a future where every licensed broker in East Africa, regardless of size, has access to tools and training to digitize and scale up. We talk about integrate, strength in unity. The integration of East Africa is not just a political or economic ideal. It is also a strategic necessity for our profession. Cross-border collaboration allows us to share knowledge, harmonize standards, and attract global partnerships. As president of the East Africa Insurance Brokers Association, I am proud of the growing cooperation amongst our national associations. The work we are doing today through shared codes of conduct, capacity building programs, and regional forums is laying the foundation for a more connected, competent, and ethical profession. The East Africa Insurance Brokers Association stands firmly behind RIBA and its efforts to elevate brokerage practice in Rwanda. You will agree with me that Rwanda has long been a model of visionary governance and innovation. As a region, we are committed to helping RIBA grow its membership, expand training access, and contribute meaningfully to regional insurance goals. We talk about insure, expanding coverage, enhancing lives. As brokers, our ultimate purpose is not just to transact business. It is to protect livelihoods, businesses, and families. Yet across East Africa, millions remain uninsured or underinsured. This must change. We must develop and deliver inclusive, affordable, and accessible products, especially for women, youth, farmers, and informal workers. We have microinsurance, health cover, agricultural risk protection. These are areas where brokers can lead with impact. We must develop and deliver inclusive, affordable, and accessible products, like I've shared. But this is not charity. It is a market opportunity aligned with social good. We have worked together across the countries to make sure that training is fundamental for all of us. Years ago, even where I come from in Uganda, we did have a challenge. We had our insurance institute. We had to work with Kenya, who helped us develop. And now we have a phenomenal insurance training college. And I'm happy to see Saul here today. But it's important, as East Africans, we share whatever we have across the region so that we all grow together and make sure that we can support our people as much as possible. I'd like to also share that in addition to learning in these conferences, we're able to meet people, we're able to improve our businesses, network, and also come up with policies that will positively impact our communities. We have conferences in each and every country. And like when we come to Rwanda, every year we come to Rwanda, we are amazingly blown away when it comes to the development, the hospitality, the law and order. I can tell you for many countries in Africa, we don't take this for granted. So let us innovate with urgency and imagination. Let us integrate with unity and shared purpose. Let us ensure with empathy, reach, and professionalism. RIBA, you are not alone in this journey. The East Africa Insurance Brokers Association stands with you as a partner, as an advocate, and as a champion of regional excellence. Together, we will build a stronger, more resilient East Africa, broker by broker, policy by policy, life by life. Thank you very much. I just needed to add one more thing. For those who are able to travel, in the third week of this month, we will be supporting Tanzania in Zanzibar with their conference and most importantly, learning from them. In November, we will be in Mombasa supporting Kenya on the same thing. In February next year, we will be in Burundi, and in April, we welcome each and every one of you to Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. Before you actually leave the stage, we have a small token of appreciation for you. I'd like to invite Mendes to come and hand it over to you. She's simply saying thank you for standing with us, for always being there for us. An amazing portrait. Yes. That's RIBA showing you their gratitude. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause once again for Paul Mohamed. It is my great honor to welcome someone I've known for a very short time, but someone I admire, someone who is new to the sector, but has come with so much energy, and an energy to listen, to hear us, and to work with us. And it's also an honor to welcome a female to the stage, being the Director of Insurance and Pension at the National Bank of Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our guest of honor today, Ms. Faith Batamuriza. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome her to the stage.
Thank you so much, Mendes, for your kind words. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. It's a great honor to stand before you today on behalf of the Governor of National Bank of Rwanda to officiate the opening of 4th Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association, RIBA, Annual Conference 2025. Allow me from the outset to commend and congratulate RIBA for convening this important gathering under the theme of Innovate, Integrate, Insure. This theme is timely. It speaks to the central role of intermediaries play in bridging the gap between insurers, the public, particularly at the time when the sector is undergoing important reforms and facing emerging risks. Innovation is shaping how insurance products are designed, priced, and delivered. And then when we talk of InsurTech, artificial intelligence, data-driven solutions, which should be really changing the customer expectation. Integration. We need to have the regional integration as already mentioned, but again, we need to ensure that we do have digital tools integrated into brokerage and distribution channels, being vital to enhance efficiency, expand outreach, and reduce costs. Importantly, Insure reminds us of our core mission to protect households, businesses, and communities against risk, thereby building resilience and supporting national development. Talking about where the insurance sector stands in Rwanda, it has registered progressive growth, having the total assets standing at expanding by 318%, and in terms of amount standing above 1.1 trillion, and I'm talking of end 2024 numbers. Again, this has been accompanied with a growth in written premium and an annual growth of 20% in terms of profitability. So these are some of the achievements which show a solid foundation, but again, indicating untapped potentials that still exist. To sustain this momentum, there is a pressing need for more innovative, inclusive, and diversified insurance solutions that can deepen market penetration and strengthen the role of insurance in Rwanda's socio-economic development. From regulators' perspective, some reforms are also undergoing to ensure that the insurance sector is developed, maintained, and becomes resilient. So we are introducing the risk-based supervision. We do have the RBC capital that is forthcoming. All these are done to ensure that the sector becomes more stable and resilient. Having said this, we still do have some challenges, and I want to thank again RIBA for organizing this very conference to ensure that some of these challenges have to be discussed here as we look for pertinent solutions can be able to solve the challenges. So despite the progress, as I have said, challenges remain. Insurance penetration is still very low. And awareness about insurance products is limited. For many households, affordability continues to pose a barrier, with insurance often viewed as a discretionary expense rather than a vital safeguard. Additionally, public trust and confidence in the sector must be strengthened. Concerns around claim settlement, transparency, and customer service continue to affect the perception of the insurance. Let us try to ensure that the very energy and efforts that we use when we are onboarding customers, trying to give them the policy cover, are the very energy that is maintained when it comes to claim settlement, as it builds the trust and makes retention of the clients. Furthermore, emerging risks such as climate change, health shocks, cybersecurity threats demand new ways of thinking and innovative solutions. Again, from a regulatory perspective, the National Bank of Rwanda places strong emphasis on building sound, inclusive, and resilient insurance sector. And among the key initiatives underway is the development of national insurance strategy. Again, I want to thank the industry that we are going through this together in trying to ensure that this very strategy becomes a reality to live. So we do believe national insurance strategy will provide a clear roadmap for sector growth, innovation, and risk management. It will expand insurance penetration by promoting innovative products and alternative distribution channels, improve affordability, accessibility, particularly for low-income households and SMEs, strengthen consumer protection, and build confidence through timely claim settlements and fair treatment of policyholders, ensure the sector's long-term resilience by addressing emerging risks and aligning the international best practice. So allow me to come again to the role of intermediaries and specifically to the brokers. Insurance brokers are indispensable as the closest link between insurers and policyholders. Your role is central to unlocking penetration, building confidence, and ensuring affordability. Brokers enhance accessibility and affordability by leveraging innovative distribution models, aggregating demand, and using technology to extend coverage to low-income and rural communities. Secondly, brokers are very keen in building trust and confidence by offering transparent advice, ensuring fair treatment of clients, and actively following up on the claims. Thank you. Ensuring, again, thereby demonstrating true value of insurance. Thirdly, brokers drive insurance penetration by leading financial literacy efforts, raising awareness, and repositioning insurance as an essential risk management tool that supports livelihood and economic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the conclusion, and as I officially declare the 4th Rwanda Insurance Brokers Annual Conference open on behalf of the Governor of National Bank of Rwanda, I call upon all stakeholders to seize this opportunity for dialogue and innovation. Let this conference be a space where practical solutions are shaped to make insurance more accessible, affordable, trusted by every Rwandan and every person across the region. Together, let us build an insurance sector that protects households, supports businesses, and contributes meaningfully to Rwanda's socio-economic transformation. Once again, allow me to thank RIBA very much for having organized this very important conference, of which I think we are going to have very, very constructive discussions that are going to be part and parcel of the solutions of the challenges that we are facing. I wish you productive discussions, deliberations, and impactful outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished guest of honor. Before you leave the stage, once again, I'd like to invite Mendis who want to extend a small token of appreciation, saying thank you so much to the regulator, to the National Bank of Rwanda, for working closely with industry players. Amazing, amazing. Those remarks sets the perfect pace really for what will unfold today, as well as the discussions that will be happening tomorrow. Once again, we want to appreciate and thank all our distinguished speakers. If we could appreciate them with a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. And throughout today, as well as tomorrow, we'll be taking a moment to appreciate our incredible partners, sponsors who are really walking this journey with us. And to start, we are going to first start with appreciating our diamond sponsor, First Mutual Reinsurance. We're going to watch a brief video, and then right after, we will invite our representative to come and share with us more about what they do. So I kindly ask if we could turn our attention to the screens.
Africa is a land of opportunity, but also a land of rising challenges. From shifting weather patterns to digital threats, and from food security to financial resilience, the risks we face are evolving. At FMRE Botswana, we believe resilience is more than recovery. It is preparedness, strength, and adaptation. We stand with insurers and brokers across Africa, providing reinsurance solutions to protect against weather risks, cyber threats, and the growing challenge of food security. Our solutions are designed for Africa, by Africans, rooted in our deep understanding of the markets we serve. Whether it is building resilience for farmers, protecting businesses from cyber attacks, or preparing nations for the impact of climate change, FMRE Botswana is your partner in progress. FMRE Botswana, driving resilience, building trust, securing Africa's future. Together, we rise stronger.
Amazing. Yes. And now I'd like to welcome the CEO, Mr. Bongai Muhau, all the way from Botswana, to come and take us through a small presentation. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I need some energy. I think our regulator here present, Madam Faith Batamriza, colleagues, partners, clients, all protocols observed. Maramutse. In Botswana, we say Dumelang. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored to be part of this event. As a sponsor, I see we have been stated as a sponsor. We don't normally view that ourselves. We don't believe in partnership, but we believe in insurance market. So we view our presence here as a partner to the Rwanda insurance market. So we are really humbled to be part of the event as one of the partners for this event. And let me thank RIBA for inviting us to become part of this event. It's our first time to come and attend to it, so we are really honored really to be part of it. But before I talk a lot about that, I want to talk about my experience across Africa in a bit, if I could. So in my other life, I do part-time lecturing. I'm a visiting lecturer on reinsurance and capital management across a number of universities in Africa and one or two other universities in Asia as well. So I travel a lot across Africa. And one of the things that I've noted in Africa is that we do have a lot of good stories in Africa, a lot of them. It's a continent that's blessed with a lot of good stories. And be it in the streets of Lagos, the bustling streets of Lagos, or if you look at the tech corridors of Kigali or Nairobi, there's a lot of progress in Africa. You hear a lot of stories of nations rising, of communities that are driving progress under adversity. But I will tell you with all my experience, there is no good story that surpasses the good story of Rwanda. It's one of the best stories that you can ever hear in Africa. Rwanda is an example of a country that has managed to turn around the deepest pain, the deepest adversity into progress, into unity. They chose hard work, they chose discipline, and they chose to work hard. And because of that,
it's a living example of what a good story is in Africa. It's an example of the progress that you find across Africa. I was talking to a colleague yesterday as we were driving here, and I was saying if we could have only 20 countries that are managed or governed as Rwanda in Africa, we would totally be a different continent. So as a reinsurer who is rooted in Botswana, we see a lot of powerful connection between Rwanda and Botswana. Botswana is also deemed as one of the miracles of Africa. It's one of the good stories of Africa. At independence, Botswana had literally nothing. It was one of the poorest countries in the world. But they chose governance. They chose good governance. They chose prudence. They also chose good stewardship to the little resources they have. And as we speak, Botswana is also an example of stability and prosperity. Though when you look at the two journeys for Rwanda and Botswana as different journeys, there is one common striking thing of essence that you see, that of resilience, that of dignity, and that of the courage to turn challenges into opportunities. And these are the core values that guide us at FMRE. And as we also seek to be able to serve Rwanda in the same spirit that has guided our success in Botswana and elsewhere, we are quite excited to be part of the story. And at FMRE, at the core, wherever I go, whenever I talk to my teams, we always talk about our why or our identity at FMRE. And the core of our identity at FMRE is the reason why we exist is to bring resilience and dignities to our communities. So if you drive deeper, I don't have the statistics to present today, but if you drive deeper into our portfolios, into our books, you actually realize that the biggest part of our portfolio at FMRE comes from serving communities. We have got a big book in agriculture. We serve a lot of millions of farmers, a lot of communities, a lot of businesses. And a big part of it also comes from climate-related risks. And that's the reason why we actually chose to partner at this event. And by standing with brokers, or with RIBA, like I said, we don't see it as a sponsorship, but we are trying to stand alongside the people who share the same vision with us. The vision to be able to bring resilience to communities and also being able to contribute meaningfully to the development agenda of the country. So although we are not really a licensed player here in Rwanda, we strongly believe in the potential of the market. We strongly believe in the vision of the market. We strongly believe in the leadership. So we are therefore committed to it. Rwanda, like I've said, it's a typical example of transformation. So we believe that we can be able as well to bring the success that we have had in other communities, in different markets, from the different places that we have gone, to bring that expertise and that success to this market. So we are coming here with a lot of humility into the market to listen. And that's why we're here, to listen and to learn and also to understand the market and be able to say, how do we turn the transformation that we're seeing here and probably integrate it together with our successes elsewhere for us to be able to contribute to the development agenda of Rwanda. So as I conclude, I would really want to thank RIBA for inviting us. So when that opportunity came, I didn't even think twice. I told them immediately, yeah, we will be part of that. So, and I have made a commitment to my team that we will be a permanent part of this event for the future. So I would like to thank RIBA and everyone else, and I hope we are going to be able to have a fruitful 2 days. and we also have some bit of fun. We really enjoyed, as I was coming here, we were in, so I was trying to imagine, we were told we would be in a presidential bus. So when I got to Onomo Hotel and I got into that bus, I realized it's a truly presidential bus that we came in there. And the most striking thing there was the company that we had. I've attended hundreds and hundreds of conferences across the world, but I've never met a crowd like that I had yesterday. I think that's the best crowd that I've ever had. So I didn't know there was even a board meeting in that bus. So thank you. It typifies the kind of hospitality that you find in Rwanda. Thank you, everyone. Murakoze chane.
Thank you. Before you exit the stage, Mr. Bongai, we also have a small token of appreciation for you. We'd like to invite our guest of honor, Ms. Faith Batamuriza, if you could kindly move forward and be able to extend the gift to our distinguished diamond sponsor, Mr. Bongai. We really appreciate your support, and we say thank you. And you're welcome. You're welcome to Rwanda, welcome to East Africa. Your support has not only made this possible, but we see the commitment that you have. Thank you so much. We've just had and witnessed commitment to investing in growth, innovation, as well as impact. And that is what we all share, all of us here. We have the passion for driving this forward. We're now going to take a small coffee break. We will be back within 20 minutes, hopefully we'll keep time. We have the setup is right outside. We're going to continue networking as well as connecting and reconnecting. As I've seen, we're more of like a family, so let's all continue enjoying as we continue driving the conversations forward. See you back here in 20 minutes as we continue the discussions. Thank you all. Please use the door to your left. The door to your left, yes. We also have a protocol team that will be guiding you. Or would you like us to continue with the conversations? We seem very comfortable. I mean, bon appetit. Welcome back. If we could all kindly take our seats. Yeah, let's all take our seats. We'll have more time to connect with our fellow colleagues. Welcome back. Welcome back. The next part of the program, we're going to once again have get to hear from some of our sponsors, and then we'll also have more remarks from our distinguished guests, and we'll also have time to get to hear from the audience. So please, if you do have a question or if you do have a contribution, feel free, note it down, and when we do have the time, we'll get to ask the question. Welcome back. We'll continue spotlighting and appreciating our sponsors who have made today very, very much possible. And we're saying that it really goes beyond the logos and the banners. You know, we see the investments you're making in the bold, bold ideas. And now we are going to have a sponsor moment where we'll be looking at our gold sponsor. We're going to start with watching a video from Atlantic Re, and then right after we'll get to hear from our representative. So if you could all turn our attention to the screen.
Since 1960, we've grown with purpose. From our roots in Morocco, we've built trust, strengthened resilience, and earned our place as a reference in reinsurance across the region. But resilience is not just about the past. It's about looking ahead, because the world has changed, faster, riskier, more interconnected, and we must evolve with it. Today, we take a new step forward. SCR becomes Atlantic Re. A name that reflects both our roots and our openness, carries our continental ambition and our commitment to shaping the future. At home, we continue to strengthen our foundations, supporting partners, driving sustainable growth, and redefining what reinsurance can achieve. Beyond our borders, we embrace a broader vision, expanding our reach, leveraging deep market expertise, and turning local knowledge into global impact. We are sharpening our edge, investing in what sets us apart, building solutions that don't just meet expectations but anticipate them. Because leadership isn't measured in size, but in trust, in vision, in continuity. In an unpredictable world, resilience is not a claim. It's a commitment, a responsibility. And at Atlantic Re, we don't just manage risk, we stand with those who face it, with clarity, with conviction, whatever the challenge, whatever the uncertainty. Atlantic Re, securing Africa's tomorrow.
Amazing, standing with those who face challenges. As it has been announced, Atlantic Re is rediscovering what reinsurance can really achieve. And on that note, I'd like you to help me welcome Eli Niokwizerwa, the Regional Chief Representative Officer at Atlantic Re, who's going to give us a short presentation as well. There he is. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes. You're welcome.
Good morning, all. Atlantic Re is a new name, but it's a company that have 65 years. Actually, it's the first reinsurance company to be created in Africa. It is owned by Morocco Kingdom. We do have regional offices in Kigali, Cairo, and Abidjan. Our main office is in Casablanca. Our share capital is $220 million. When it comes to support Africa, We are here as we represent the whole Africa. That is why the 65 years name called ACR Morocco, we rebranded as the Atlantic Re to have the image for supporting African economies. You know, Africa is having a good ambition to have one market. With the reinsurers, we stand together and then we secure that wealth of Africa. I thank you, RIBA, for giving us this opportunity to connect with the market. I thank you all for being here to strategize the Africa insurance, reinsurance, the whole ecosystem, so that together we can. Thank you very much.
To show appreciation, I'd like to ask Mr. Paul if you could kindly come and be the one to deliver this small token of appreciation, saying thank you for standing with us, thank you for being a partner. Thank you so much, Eddie, as well as Atlantic Re. And congratulations, 65 years. Amazing, amazing work that has been done over the years. Thank you so much. I've also just been informed that someone left their phones right outside. So please, worry not. This is Rwanda. You'll still find it wherever you left it. So I'll just have it with me on my table. If this is yours, please just feel free, come and pick it up. We are now going to continue with our sponsor moment. We're continuing to highlight our gold sponsor, and we will start by looking at a video by JB Boda, and then right after we'll also get a representative. Well, the grace of legacy. Let's give it up for JB Boda, that very short video presentation. And to tell us more about it, we're going to invite the General Manager, Mr. Duta. You're welcome. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
There's a presentation.
Oh, yes. They're going to play it. Let me bring it.
Right, and you need a slide change. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. Beautiful country, Degali. Even beautiful RUBAVU. I must say I'm thoroughly impressed with the amazing hospitality extended by RIBA. And on behalf of JB Boda, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank RIBA for onboarding us as the gold sponsor. And we wish to take this partnership forward from here. As an esteemed colleague of mine said, that it's really not partnership, it's really not sponsorship, it's really the partnership which is of essence. I'm waiting for my IT colleagues to get me the slide changer as well as the slides to come up. So this video was more about an 80-year-old organization called JB Boda, our legacy, our ethical way of doing business, and our deep connection and our deep commitment to African continent. Now, aligning with the theme of this conference, integrate, innovate, and ensure, I'd like to spend the next 4 minutes talking about the beautiful integration of health tech with health insurance per se, which is really our services beyond reinsurance broking. Well, the story about loss ratios in East African soil is known to all and sundry. However, what is needed is a deeper dive, a look into the reason for this increasing loss ratio. And I believe the same is because of high medical cost, overutilization of certain benefits, fraud, waste, and abuse, and overall lack of control. And if you look at it from a claims perspective, well, while maternity and OPD drives frequency on the claim side, the high-ticket IPD is caused by NCD, the non-communicable disease, things like cancer, heart attack, stroke, etc., etc. And the impact can be really severe, and this is where the technology integration is very much required. When I talk about health tech integration, it's an array of possibilities, starting from telemedicine to virtual care to remote monitoring to AI-led claims propensity models, fraud alerts, etc. And this is here where we have done a lot of work, and the technology which is a talk of the town these days called remote photoplethysmography. It's a very beautiful technology wherein based on a video-based selfie which is taken for 30 to 40 seconds, the technology is able to predict things like heart rate, pulse rate, blood pressure, etc., etc. And coupled with the application form journey questions, it can give things like diabetes marker, cancer marker, and cardiovascular disease marker. This disease or this technology is really punching above its weight to give you things like hemoglobin, HbA1c, serum creatinine, which is more in the area of bloodless blood testing. You know, health app engagement and through AI-driven app engagement, getting into people's diet, sleep, workout, steps, and mental wellness, which is a talk of the town in most parts of the world, and then categorizing the person in a severe, medium, or low risk, and thereafter doing things like chronic disease management is another possibility. There is scope of AI, there is scope of LLM, and there is a lot of service as well. Understand, chronic disease management is a thing which requires a lot of intervention. Until intervention is done, the incidence, impact, and rehospitalization rate can really pick up. We are also into large language models, which is used in documentation. It really does a lot of work, including classification, summarization, and validation of document. It brings down turnaround time drastically, and it also improves efficiency to the tune of 99%, including things on handwritten documents. The last thing we are very actively working on, and we have got at least 2-3 deployments already, is artificial intelligence-driven claims management, the auto-adjudication of claims, and fraud alert, which includes fraud propensity, phantom billing, and managing impersonification. So we are doing a lot of work in the area of health tech, which is very, very important to improve sustainability in health insurance. With this, I will again like to thank you for patient listening. All the best to the conference. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duta. Before you leave the stage, once again, we'd like to give you a small token of appreciation. I would like to invite Andrew, the chairperson of the Insurance Association Rwanda, if you could kindly be the one to hand the token of appreciation to Mr. Duta. Amazing, amazing. And I would like to ask, Bishop, whose phone is this? You have several missed calls, actually. Maybe something very urgent. Yeah? No one? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine then. I tried. The wife called, yeah? And now we are going to transition to the next element on our agenda. And right after even the keynote address, we want to say that we also want to hear from you. We want this to be more of a conversation rather than someone speaking from the podium. Right after, we will have a Q&A time. So please feel free to be as engaging as possible. Now, to deliver the keynote address, help me welcome Mr. Sol Seremba, the CEO, Insurance Training College, Uganda. You're very welcome, sir.
Our dear regulator, the leadership of RIBA, and my colleagues from the different constituencies, Murahoneza, Maramtie, Habari, Mwasuze Mutia, and others. It's an honor for me to be here today, to be speaking to you on this very, very interesting theme. My name is Sol Seremba, and as she has introduced me, I lead the Insurance Training College in Uganda. But most importantly, I'm also a teacher. So sometimes when you feel that my presentation is getting into teaching, you tap me. I'm a teacher. So I'm waiting for the clicker so that we can get started. Thank you. But I want to congratulate RIBA for this conference, and it being the fourth one, there is what we call consistency. And one of those interesting bits, you can see it keeps changing, meaning that they are embracing innovation. There's a lot of innovation that is coming in, and that is very commendable. I was telling my chairman of the Brokers Association that when I travel from Uganda to come to Kigali, you feel relaxed. You want to come again and again. And I believe it is the same feeling with everyone in the room. Thank you. Okay. Am I getting it? Okay. I believe we've attended several conferences and several trainings where we've discussed the issue of innovation. And I told Mendez when she contacted me that I did not want to have a presentation. I wanted to speak to you from the heart. Because the issues of innovation have been said by very many people. Where is the challenge? Therefore, I thought I would be speaking to you from the heart, and maybe to pick out a few things that I feel are very critical for us as insurers and brokers. I am doing my PhD, and one of those things that I've focused on is innovation in insurance. Mendez did not know about this, but I think the Holy Spirit guided her to choose me. But I'm not going to bore you with my ontology and epistemology. I'm going to make it as plain as possible so that we can pick out what will take our industry to the next level. Okay. we shall start. We are going to start with a few cases. And I specifically brought these cases for us to see where innovation has been. There are companies that have thrived because of innovation. And we are going to see some companies that have been thrown under because of either not innovating, but sometimes poor innovation. And these are forming a ground for us to discuss comfortably. I'll start with a famous one. We have M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a household name. And those of you who come from this part of the continent, you know that if there is anything that has revolutionized sending of money or receiving money, money transfers, that has been M-Pesa. Not so? When you go to Kenya, when you go to Tanzania, you will find that even a Boda guy, a Boda rider, you can ably pay them using M-Pesa. You go to a market, to this lady that is selling fruits, you can pay them using M-Pesa. And when this was coming in place, they made sure that they make it accessible as much as possible. They made so many points that for any person, it was very easy for them to access these services. And no wonder they were able to be on top of their game. You've heard about Netflix and Blockbuster. Those of us who have been here long enough, Blockbuster stores were a thing. Videos would be rented here and there. Today, there is only one store that is still existing. And it is not for making money. Why? Because they did not look at the trend. So today, Netflix is a household name. Think about Yahoo and Google. Yahoo was very big. Google even offered to sell to Yahoo. They were so big that they felt they did not need to buy this small company. After some time, Google came back with a price. Yahoo was offering a lower. Today, Google is not a company. It is now a verb. I want to Google. Where is Yahoo? Think about so many stories that are happening. We have a very interesting one. There's a company called Patagonia. I know the readers don't know these ones because they are busy in Versace. But there is a company called Patagonia. Patagonia has a very interesting concept. Where am I pointing? Yeah, I'm trying to innovate by looking in different directions. And okay. Are we set? Okay. I hit. Solomon's innovation has not worked. So, I was telling you about Patagonia. It's a clothing company. And this company felt that in order for it to place itself in the minds of the customers, they had to do things putting the client first. When you go online and you Google, it's moving, and you Google Patagonia, on the face you will see something that seems to be hitting them. When they're advertising, the first thing was, please do not buy this jacket, their jacket. Don't buy it. If you can, recycle what you have. But it's a company that is also making money. Right? I will tell you that innovation can frustrate sometimes. Yeah? I mean technology, sorry. Innovation can't. Okay. Don't buy this jacket. Why? They were trying to place themselves in the minds of their clients. And they even have a program where they ask clients to bring their old clothes so that they can repair them for free. And I can tell you, Patagonia has grown from strength to strength because of their different programs. There are so many. Think about Apple and BlackBerry. In 2007, I had one, a BlackBerry. I was one of the bourgeoisies. When Apple, the first one came, today, BlackBerry is no more. BlackBerry tried to copy, the touch screen and also add it to its features. It could not work. Because at that point, they were trying to copy and survive without putting their client first. So, there are so many stories that you can hear. I just want to put in context this theme, why it matters to us as insurers. One, look at the global forces. They are changing, and they are changing very fast. 2-3 weeks ago, we were in Uganda, and someone made a very interesting statement. The customers we have are no longer kings. They are dictators. They dictate what they want, how they want, when they want it. And these are the people that we are working with. We are looking at the regulations changing. Clients want more than what we can offer. There are threats that are coming up from the cyber. Are you thinking about this in your business? Think about the change that is happening every now and then. For us in education, it is even worse. Every year you have to review your curriculum. Because what you taught last year cannot work this year. As you're thinking about your program, as you're thinking about your delivering, your underwriting, next year we are underwriting using AI. It is no longer other things. So we need to keep reinventing. We are living with change. Think about trust. It is something that we are struggling with. And we are still struggling with it. We need to restore that trust. Think about the economy and political. When you get to the people, they will tell you, you want me to insure my life for the next 10 years? How is it going to be? We have elections next year. Are we together? We have an advantage that we have a youthful population. Majority of the people that we have are young and they are tech savvy. That's good. Akufta, we are trying to integrate trade among the countries. Digital adoption is also increasing. I want you to look at this in the context of innovate, integrate, and insure. Fintechs, we have a crowded field where fintechs are all over. And I usually tell my colleagues that sometimes when we think of competition, competition is not the people that are in this room. The competition is outside. The people who can do what we are doing. and probably do it effectively. Fraud is on the increase, and the worst bit sometimes it is us that aid the fraud. And the operating expenses are skyrocketing. Now, when you think about all these put together, you need to look at your organization and think about what next. If the expenditures are increasing, if fraud is increasing, if there is this and this, so what next? I think you'll have to help me from that side. In penetration, I just decided to put this, but this has been said by almost everyone. You can see East Africa where we are in terms of penetration. And I'm not showing you this to worry you. I want you to think about it positively. Because if we are to innovate, this is where we start from. You must have a starting ground. If Rwanda is at 2.1, Uganda, you're somewhere at 0.8, Tanzania, somewhere at 0.6, this is a great opportunity for us. We still have a lot of work for us to do in order for us to move to the next level. So, when you look at that, there are two things. You either innovate or perish. When I was in senior one, my dad took me to a very good school. And he was intentional in making sure that I got good education. In my family, I was the only person who was taken to very nice schools. And I was the last born. In senior one, this guy bought me, please go back. This guy bought me all the books that I needed. 2 months into senior one, he passed on. No, you don't have to be sad. When he passed on, life had to change. Because I could not afford the life he had started. Right? I had to reinvent myself to make sure that I survived. So I had to look. But I knew in that to join the other pack. But I knew in that school I could not achieve what I wanted to achieve. I kept hobnobbing with those ones from other schools so I could get some textbooks to read. The teachers this side were not so good. It is a way that I took on to reinvent myself to make sure that I survived. Otherwise, things were bad. This is the situation we are in as insurers and brokers. When you look at your balance sheet, when you look at your clients, when you look at the competition, your dad is passing on. And as your dad is passing on, you need survival methods. So when I talk about survival and opportunities, the reason as to why we innovate, there are so many reasons. But we can crown that in two. It is either survival or opportunities. Why survival? Because if you don't innovate, you won't survive. Blockbuster is no more. Yahoo is nowhere. Think about that. But there are also opportunities available for us. So you must understand why you're taking on a particular innovation strategy. Are you surviving or you're taking care of opportunities? But also, please go back. You must begin with the end in mind. What do I want to achieve? If you do not have the end in mind, then you're going to waste resources. I have seen organizations that have invested heavily in innovations that have not worked. Why? The end in mind. Very, very important. Have seen organizations that have brought innovations that do not resonate with the person they are targeting. Have the end in mind. Therefore, when we talk about innovation, there are lots of things that we need to think about. And when you look at that slide, lots of things. Creativity, there is change, differentiation. Are you seeing collaboration somewhere? Yes, there must be some bit of collaboration. There must be growth, but there is also failure. Sometimes innovations fail. And in order for us to nurture innovation, we must allow failure to happen. We must be able to look at the market, lots of things. But above all, we must ensure that we have processes that are smooth. And we must have the customer at the center of everything. Okay, so next. When we talk of innovation, specifically in insurance, I want us to think about it as something that we are doing to reinvent products, to reinvent processes, to come up with models that are going to make the protection faster. Because we're in this business to protect, we want to make it faster. We want to make it fairer. We want to make it resonate with the people that we serve. So whenever we talk of innovation, that is what we should have in mind. But as we are doing that, we must be mindful of the industry we are in. We must be mindful of the situation we are in as an organization. Is the innovation speaking to our needs? That is very, very critical. So, when we talk of innovation, there are different models that we can think about. Can we move? Okay. There are different models or strategies that we can adopt. And I don't want us to think about innovation in terms of digital only. Many times when I go to conferences and when you talk about innovation, everyone is talking about digital. I want us to understand that from the definition, we said we need to make the process fairer, resonate with the person. So if the person I'm targeting is in the rural areas, setting up a huge IT infrastructure may not be the solution. So the strategies, digital is one of them, but I want us to open our minds to think on how we can improve our processes. Digital, that is very, and we cannot avoid it. Because where we are moving, technology is changing everything. So, digital transformation, where we have automation, AI, machine learning, those are things that we should be discussing as insurers. How can we use them to our advantage? Initially, let me tell you, because I've been in academia for over 20 years, you could not even think about using content from the internet in your writing. Today, we are doing scholarly writing using AI. As long as I have read my information, why should I suffer with the proofreading? Why? To go and start arranging my references in APA format, please? No. AI can do that. And this is an opportunity that we can use as insurers. Because AI can study trends. There is machine learning. And they will know how to respond. But I'll tell you the dangers. and how to overcome the dangers. Customer centricity. That is number 2. I told you Patagonia did not get into technology, but they said, what can we do? Let us put aside whatever we are doing. Let us look at this customer. What is it that is affecting them? They wove everything that they do around the customer. Everything. And I'm telling you, they're enjoying. Think about the data-driven innovation. We have a lot of data in our midst. But there is one thing. We don't use data. Insurers have a lot of data, which they don't use. Let me tell you something interesting. I'm driving a car, and in 1 year, I had 2 replacements of the windscreen. Very interesting. One day I was driving on a highway, then a stone came and hit it. Another, just 2 months after, I was driving, was hit by the same thing. At some point, I was even worried. I was saying, how do I get to my insurer? But I went, and they paid. I expected that this data would help them, probably, as we are negotiating the next deal. But now, these things are... Actually, in that year, I claimed 3 times. And I thought I was becoming risky. Right? The insurer did not use that data. Neither did my broker assist the insurer to use the data to their advantage. I am not even going to the data in the digital platforms. I'm just giving you plain data. You have this data about me as your client, and you're not even using it. As a client, if you came to me and told me, but you know what, you're becoming risky, and we are thinking, this is what we are going to be doing. Or, this is what we should do to avoid ABCD. There was nothing. We don't use data. There are partners that have a lot of data on the customers that we have. We do not partner with them to use this data. If we are to innovate, we must use data. Partnerships are very key. What partnerships do you have? And I want us to think about these things in a plain way. Let us not be sophisticated. We are working with partners that can assist us to reach as many people as possible. We are working with partners that have a lot of data on clients. Just think about if I was insuring vehicles, and I partner with a department that handles accidents in this country. Don't you think I would have a lot of data that would assist me to do a lot of things? I heard in Rwanda here, I think they're going to start integrating the camera system with the insurers. This is a good opportunity. But shouldn't the insurers be advocating for that? It is other people that are coming through. I have heard so many stories from insurers. Let us engage the manufacturers to see that as they are selling their products, they can embed insurance. What are you doing? Just 2 months ago, I was buying a phone. I went to Samsung, not Rita's store. I went to Samsung, and I was buying a phone at 2.5 million Ugandan shillings. As I get out of this store, I was thinking to myself, what if someone steals this phone? Shouldn't the insurers now be thinking about that every store that we have on Kampala Road, there is an insurance company or broker, such that the client doesn't even have to know that they're buying insurance. So you're taking this Samsung phone, in case you lose it, come back to us. We shall pay you. Yes. Because we are struggling with trust issues as insurers. But if Samsung tells me, Saul, if you lose it, we shall give you another one. If it is destroyed, we shall give you another one. Just feel that. Samsung, are you sure? Yes, we shall. But as we are thinking about embedment, what are we thinking about? We are thinking about very big things. So, of the 2.5, just add an extra 50,000. We shall do all that for you. And I'll do that. So, partnerships and the ecosystems, that is very, very important. Inclusive and sustainable insurance, very, very important. Personalization and engagement. Because this is the client, this is the customer we are talking about. We need to personalize. Insurance is moving from one shoe fits all to personalization. And that is how we can keep that client. But I'll tell you later that as you're innovating, you also need to think about the other factors. Think about the agile business models, those that can change, those that can fit the different situations. Okay. But as you're thinking about those models, proceed to the next one and the next one. Their innovation, go back. There are innovations for insurance brokers. I try to pick a few for these. What do we need as insurance brokers? One, client acquisition and retention. We want to make the underwriting process smooth. We are the people who interface with the clients. Sometimes the insurers sit in their offices. They don't know what we go through. So we are very much interested in making sure that the underwriting process is as smooth as possible. How do we manage the policy? And how do we handle the claims and fraud detection? Because these, in a way, touch us as brokers as much as possible. So we need to look at AI as much as possible. I try to look at some of the websites of the companies here in Rwanda and Uganda. Something as simple as a chat box, where someone, even when we are sleeping, there is no one in office, there is something at least to engage a client if he has a question. Simple. I know we need to personalize, but if I'm not there, I have a solution that can be in place. A chat box on my website, such that someone can be engaged. In case I need further engagement, then I'll come in. Think about the virtual insurance advisors, the self-service portals, where we cannot reach out to clients, because this also reduces your costs. Underwriting, policy management, think about all these. I think these are very critical for us as brokers. And what I'm doing, I'm simply tickling you. The discussions can come later. Okay, next. And as you're thinking about these innovations, I just picked out AI and machine learning. I am not an IT person, but there are these companies that have made it using AI. You can see Lemonade. You've heard this story of processing a claim in 3 seconds. You've heard Metromile, that is for motor, uses AI, real-time index, and risk assessment, and has reduced even the premiums for their clients by about 45%. Munich Insurance detects fraud with 98% accuracy. These are tools that we can use to manage the issues that we discussed. So we are not saying that how will AI transform insurance in this sector, but how quickly we can adopt. That is the critical thing. Okay? Now, this is what I want to say to you, brokers. We've had all that. The digitization is here with us. The data is here with us. I want to say that when we're innovating, we must innovate to impact. 2, we as brokers, this is our part, because the tools that we use will determine if we are going to be trusted or not. And as I told you, we are looking at the client. So it is not about digitizing, because we must also humanize the process so that people feel the human beat of our business. Therefore, we must digitize with the soul. Not simply, you will chat with the computer. No, there must be the soul, because there is a client the other side. You must craft products that resonate with the client. We must elevate experiences, and that is the most important bit. Because when the experiences are elevated, then we have that long-term orientation and partnership with the client. We have, if it is done right, then we shall be able to proceed. Next. I need to let you into a few things. As you're innovating, there are some key issues that you need to look at. Please. Go to the next one. I think I'll explain it better here. They are driving forces that we must be aligned to. We are innovating, but we must understand the market we're operating in. The innovations will vary from one market to another. The developed countries and developing, the situations are different. And because they are different, it's important for you as a broker, as an insurer, to think through. If it is the economic, the competition is mature in developed markets. Here, it is about necessity. Technology, it is advanced. Here, we are leapfrogging older technologies. When you look at the social, the lifestyles are different. What I'm showing you, if we are to innovate, we need to look at the different factors that affect our economies. They are very important for us to choose the best strategies to fit in our situations. That is very, very critical. Okay? Boss, next. Here, I wanted to show you from the research, because I used AI to come up with this. I got different papers from different countries and put them in AI, and I came up with this. When you look at technology-led innovations, how has it affected insurance broker operations? Where you see advisory models, the customers are happy, adoption rate is slightly high, but efficiency gains are low. When you go to partnerships, you realize customers are happy, adoption is also easy, but efficiency is low. When you go to training, when you train, adoption is easier, customers will be happy, adoption may be low, but you will achieve with time. So, and when you go to the tech, go to the next one. When you go to the tech, you realize that there are also variations. So for someone who wants to innovate, you must know what will work for you. What do you want to achieve? That is the end in mind. Do I want to get efficiency? Do I want to make the customer happy? Do I need quick adoption? That is very, very important. Next. Next. I think these are, first go back a little. I wanted to show you that as you're innovating, there are some things that are very important for you to note. Ownership is changing, my friends. We are no longer having, people are moving from ownership to use. People are moving from owning vehicles to using vehicles that are others, that are for others. People want personalized. They are moving, data is everywhere. So these are key issues for you as you're innovating. And when you look at the next slide, a research that was taken showed that people were saying the percentage moved up to over 40%. People were saying that they are more likely to buy insurance from car dealers more than the insurers. That speaks to the trends that we are looking at. And now, if they are likely to do that, what is it going to do for us? We need to know the strategies that we put in place. Now, if they are getting to the vehicles, partnership will be very critical for us. I'm concluding. Next. Are you too busy to improve? What are you doing? You can see, sometimes we are not doing anything, or we think we're innovating, but we are not doing the best. Next. These are the challenges. And these are the reasons as to why we have not had an opportunity to innovate well. And I want you to allow me take 5 minutes strictly and exploit this. There is non-alignment. We talk about innovation, but we lack alignment. We do not have the focus. I made an interview to different people to ask them how many have committees on their boards that relate to innovation. How many? To innovation. And we are here talking about innovation. So we shall come back next year and say, oh, yeah, we've been, but how many? So even your board members are not aware. We simply tell them we have this innovation, but they are not aligned. How much of the time that is spent in board meetings is spent on innovation? But we are going to invest billions of money in innovation. How much of the strategic communication do we make to the staff that are supposed to implement innovation? Am I communicating to someone? This is where the problem lies. We talk innovation, but we do not move innovation. Please go back. The silo mentality, it starts within the organization. The marketing manager is saying this is what we should do. The finance guy is saying no. The operation is saying something different. So if we are to integrate, integration must start from the organization. Intra. Then we can go to the inter. And the ultimate adfra, where we can now move to other people who are outside the organization. But it must start from within. The funding gaps, inadequate policy support, sometimes the regulators are not supportive. I can tell you, in Uganda we now have the sandboxes. This was brought to support new ideas. We must engage our regulators. We must support them to visualize our vision as players. Capacity challenges. You innovate. You bring a good innovation. But the people who are supposed to support this innovation are not enabled. And sometimes when we are recruiting people, there is that homogeneity. We bring people of similar minds. So you realize there is a company, the average age is 45, or the average age is 25 or 30. Now, that affects the ability to innovate because you need people who think differently. Next.
Mr. Saul, 1 more minute.
Oh, okay. Next, there's something very, very critical. So in strategic alignment, I think that is something that you need to look at. Start with the board. Once you hit the board, it helps you. Entrepreneurial orientation. Assist your staff to be entrepreneurial, to think innovation. Why? Because if the staff are not in the business of innovation, then you won't move. There is what we call allowing staff to make mistakes. How many of us do that? Leave them. Allow them to make mistakes. And once they make mistakes, then we shall move as an organization. Next. Next, I think I've talked about this. Next, you need a roadmap. On this, when you talk about talent, this is where institutions come in. Institutions like ours, other colleges, this is where we come in. As insurers, we need to take the issue of capacity building seriously. We should not see this as a cost, but probably an investment. Because if we don't do this, then we do not have the people to take the mantle to the next level. We already starting some programs that resonate with AI, digitization. And these are things that we should be discussing, not just underwriting. Because underwriting itself cannot take us to the next level. We have a very good program for brokers, the Certified Insurance Brokers Program. And we are looking at the broker of the future. Are we together? Because that is what we need. How do you recruit people? You know, Zuckerberg is in a spending spree. Getting people. He's willing to pay an amount to get someone who will move him to the next level.
Mr. Sol, is this the conclusion?
Yes, I'm concluding. So, that is very, very important in recruiting, but also we need to look at how we sustain people. So, just go to the very last. Okay, integration, we have talked about that. In conclusion, are you happy? Good. When we innovate as insurers, we must innovate with empathy. We must innovate with purpose. We must innovate with inclusion. And once we do that, we shall not just serve Africa or East Africa, but we shall shape the future. I want to tell you, my dear friends, brokers, that innovations are not just to replace our jobs. Innovations are just here to enhance our processes so that we can serve better. I thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that in-depth and a very detailed presentation. We're now going to open the floor for questions. Even before you leave, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, we have one. Do we have any other? Could be a question, comment. Okay.
Thanks all for that very insightful presentation. It's a short comment that, yes, I totally agree with you, and I want to go into that part where you talked about ecosystems. And I think even above partnering in the ecosystem, we also need to fix the different ecosystems we find ourselves in. So for example, there's an insurer in South Africa. What currently they are doing is they're going into the slums, and instead of telling you to buy fire insurance, they give you a gadget that is actually like a smoke detector. And what that is doing is that because a lot of fires happen in slums, right? Because we know how people cook. So what that is doing that, because of that gadget that now all the houses have to detect fire, that means that they are now reducing the fires in the area. And of course, if you believe that somebody is for you, you're going to buy with them, right? So they have seen there is no way that people in slums protect themselves from fire, yet they are the ones who are most exposed. We're going to help them to prevent the fires, and that is how now, you know, there's increasing uptake. So I think we also need to think about impact investments. So impact investments is whereby, as insurers and pension schemes, we can actually put our money together to a fund that fixes something. So for example, in Ghana right now, pension schemes are actually mandated to contribute, I think it's about 5% to impact investment funds. So there's no reason why we should be in medical insurance and we have hospitals that are not working. Why can we not put the money there? There's no reason why we should be in motor insurance and we have roads or transport networks that are not working. So I think even as we think about ecosystems, we need to ask ourselves, with all this money we have, surely we can do more than investing in government bonds, surely.
Sure.
We can actually fix the ecosystems, because imagine if people know, oh, the insurance industry are the ones who fixed these hospitals, would they not trust us?
They would.
So maybe we need to change our story to people who are coming to fix people's lives, as opposed to just coming to sell products that were created outside of Africa.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before you give the microphone, please, brief intro, your name. I can see you're wearing a Kenya flag. Maybe give us a brief introduction.
I'm Sheila Kirika. I am half Rwandan, half Kenyan. Yes, I'm an influencer.
Okay.
And a member of the Elder of Councils.
Thank you for your contribution. Do we have any question, any other comments? Okay, we do have another hand.
And Sheila is an actual scientist. She should have added that. Thank you. That's the most important thing.
Pass it, there's a gentleman behind. Yes. Thanks for that addition.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Eli, and I'm an innovator in the insurance industry. Well, I have a startup called Cover Soko. So my question to the gentleman is, what is the hierarchy of innovation? Like all the things that we talk about, what comes first, what comes second, because sometimes we tend to start with the hardest things, sometimes we ignore the simple things. So how do you think we can actually move forward, and how do we start and how do we progress?
Okay.
That is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1 minute response,
Okay.
then we move on to the next.
I think I'll start with the last one. You see, the different companies find themselves in different situations. And so, we cannot start with this or that. In my presentation, I had done a model kind of roadmap for innovation. I just imagined one company, and I came up with a model. Now, the model highlights what the low-hanging fruits. It also, I don't know if you could just show it as an illustration. Mister, hello? Can you go back? You can just show something. What I did, I went to 10 years and divided this into a period of 1 to 3, 3 to 5, and then such that you can see the low-hanging fruits, what you can start with in the first 3 years, what you can start with in the... But some of these can even be done by AI. It can analyze your information and give you a strategy on how to go about it. But I cannot say specifically that you should start with this or that, but the situation is will dictate. You need to analyze what works for you, putting the end in mind. Sheila, you raise a very important point. And when you look at the trends that I had indicated, I was actually telling the insurers, the insurer of the future is moving from insurance to a risk anticipator. What we are going to be doing in future, we've actually started, is to avoid risk. We are going to start engaging our clients to assist them to avoid risk. So at some point, we are even going to start ensuring, moving from client to client, have you serviced your car? How is it? So that we can assist them to avoid accidents. You know, you've started wellness programs. Why? Because you want the clients to be healthy so that they can avoid illnesses. So in the future, now we must anticipate what is it that can happen and how can I help my client to shield him or her from these risks. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Sol for that in-depth presentation. And before you exit, I would like to invite the president of the Tanzania Insurance Broker Association, if she could come and be the one to give you the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Elinipa. Please, you're very welcome. The team is bringing it. Fortunately, because of time, we're going to limit the questions for this particular session. We have also other sessions that are going to come up, and we'll also have more time then. Thank you. Amazing, 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 amazing portraits. That's a portrait of Mr. Sol Seremba, the CEO, Insurance Training College, Uganda. Now we're going to continue the same spirit of appreciating our sponsors. Now we'll be still looking at the gold category. Let's all turn our attention to the screen. We're going to have a video showcase for Sanlam Allianz, and then right after we'll have short remarks.
Sanlam Allianz, Rwanda, the leading private insurance company in the country of 1,000 hills. Sanlam Allianz, Rwanda, is part of Sanlam Allianz Group, formed in September 2023, when Sanlam, the largest non-banking financial services company in Africa, and Allianz, one of the world's leading insurers and asset managers with more than a century of history in Africa, joined forces to create the largest Pan-African non-banking financial services entity on the continent, with over 200 years of combined experience and operations in 27 African countries. With deep local roots and global strength, Sanlam Allianz Rwanda is proud to lead the way as the market leader in both life and general insurance. In every home, in every business, in every journey, insurance is more than a product. It's a promise. With solid capital base, prudent risk management, and global backing from Sanlam and Allianz, our financial muscle is unmatched in the market. Leadership isn't just about numbers. It's about reliability, innovation, and service that delivers. Year after year, Sanlam Allianz has paid up to 30 billion in claims, supported by premiums collected amounting to 50.24 billion in 2024, as it is mentioned in the graphs. We have redefined the customer experience with instant access to advances and surrender benefits through our mobile USSD platform, *633# in order to help our customers to renew or extend their motor and life insurance policies. Customers are also able to see their life insurance policy summary statement, pay premiums, and file a claim for advance payment using a short code. Ivuze medical insurance mobile application, where Sanlam Allianz customers are able to immediately see the medical service providers such as hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies which are nearer, so they can contact or visit them. We also have eBoutique, a web-based application developed by Sanlam Allianz to facilitate customers access motor insurance services anywhere, anytime. Backed by two of the world's largest financial groups, our future is strong, and it includes you, our partners. Thank you, our partners. Let's shape the next chapter of insurance together. Sanlam Allianz Rwanda. Live with confidence.
Thank you very much. Would like first of all congratulate once again RIBA for this amazing conference, and we are really proud to be part of this success. My name is Hodari Jean Chrysostom. I'm the Sanlam Allianz Rwanda CEO and Life Business CEO. I'm with my colleague.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Richard Odeu. I'm the CEO of Sanlam Allianz General Insurance.
Thank you very much. We have played the video summarizing what we are as Sanlam Allianz Rwanda. But I would like to come back on two things. Is really on our side a big achievement for us as Sanlam Allianz Rwanda, also our customers and our stakeholders or partners. For the first time, this is number one, the first achievement in Rwanda, one single insurance company is achieving more than 27 billion in premium. This is the first time to happen in Rwanda. And this is our GI business. Number two is what our presenter, Mr. Saul, mentioned about technology. For the first time in Rwanda, now claims can be paid instantly. We're talking about saving claims. Now, at Sanlam Allianz Life, you no longer need to write a letter to us or come to our office to claim for your money. If you have your phone, you can serve yourself now. This is a big achievement from our side. So we want to share with you this achievement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And before you leave the stage, once again, we have a small token of appreciation. I'd like to invite John, President of the Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya, to come and do the handover. Say thank you for your contribution and everything that you do. Thank you so much. And up next, still gold category, looking at the sponsors, I would like to, for us to turn our attention to the screen and watch a video for Continental Re. And then right after, we'll have a representative also come and give short remarks.
40 years, in the grand scheme of things, is just a blink of an eye. But for Continental Re, it's been an exciting journey of resilience and growth. From humble beginnings to becoming Africa's leading reinsurer. Our story began in Nigeria in 1985, when Continental Re started out, initially as a small private reinsurance company. We were a small company, but we had big ambitions. Our name embodies our vision and reflects our Pan-African presence. It is distinctive and future-oriented, positioning us for growth and evolution. And our logo visually reinforces this identity. The symbol derived from the geometric representation of the letters C and R. In January 1990, we launched our life business. Fast forward to 2000, and we converted to a public limited liability company. 2007 was pivotal. We recapitalized from $13 million to $70 million. And on May 30 in that year, we proudly listed on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. We have never stood still, opening regional offices in Cameroon, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Tunisia, and Botswana. 10 years ago, we launched the Pan-African Reinsurance and Insurance Journalism Awards, celebrating reporting excellence in insurance across the continent.
For me, this is an honor and it's a privilege because it's my first time to enter these awards and to be recognized as a winner for print, representing my country. It's a really great honor.
In 2021, we opened our new corporate head office here in Lagos, marking another milestone. And in 2024, we launched the C-RE Academy, investing in Africa's future. So here we are, 4 decades on, Times may have changed, but we remain committed to delivering sustainable value to our clients, shareholders, and other stakeholders across the continent. Continental Re is now a mature top-tier reinsurer, committed to financial strength and growth. We are raising capital, exploring new listings, and driving a Pan-African strategy to bridge the protection gap. This commitment is reflected in the moments that matter most, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the Beirut explosion and other major industrial, energy, and climate-related catastrophes. We have been there, helping businesses recover, helping livelihoods rebuild, and helping economies stabilize. We must build resilience, increasing local capital, enhancing risk pooling, and creating viable underwriting solutions to tackle Africa's and the world's emerging risks. Here we are, 4 decades on. What's next for Continental Re? We are strengthening our financial base and driving an agenda to bridge the protection gap. We are dedicated to delivering sustainable value to our clients, shareholders, and other stakeholders. We are building a stronger and a more resilient Africa. We are on the verge of a new era and are looking forward with confidence. We invite you to join us as we continue on our journey of growth and resilience.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Recognizing our regulator, Ms. Faith Batamuriza, and all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Thank you, RIBA, for having us once again as your sponsors. We are privileged to be gold sponsors in this 4th annual RIBA conference, and we have been sponsors for RIBA since the first conference, and we are proud to be standing with the Rwanda insurance market. We are grateful for the support that we have received from Rwanda, and we are here to stay. We are here to build capacity and to grow relationships. Allow me to finish by saying thank you, asante sana, and murakoze. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Before you leave the stage, we're also going to give you a small token of appreciation. I'd like to welcome the President of the Insurance Brokers Association of Burundi, Mr. Abdul, if you could kindly make your way to the stage and hand over the small gift of appreciation. Amazing. Sealing it with a handshake. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we're going to get another in-depth presentation that will be on how do we reimagine risk and looking at the role of reinsurance in driving innovation as well as resilience, especially in emerging risk. Taking us through this, help me welcome Mr. Kevin Moria. He is the Managing Director of Continental Reinsurance Kenya Limited. You're welcome, sir.
Which one do I press?
Yeah, making sure that it works this time. You know, technology works perfectly during rehearsals, but I guess it gets shy when it gets an audience, yeah?
Excellent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. as the theme revolves a lot around innovation, if this clicker doesn't work, the people at the back, if I whistle, I mean, let's go to the end of the presentation so that I can immediately stand here and receive the gift which I expect based on what I've seen. Okay? So I think I am here to briefly speak about how reinsurance can apply itself on the side of innovation and collaboration to promote resilience in the marketplace on the face of so many emerging risks. So kindly assist me at the back by just showing up this first slide. The first slide is really a reflection of our reality. And what is our reality in the African continent? I think first, we have to realize that we have low insurance penetration. At Africa, we average roughly 3% insurance penetration compared to the global 7% penetration. The second thing that we have to contend with is emerging industry risks. As the operating environment that we are in continues to evolve, we are faced with new risks. Worthy of note, obviously, is climate change. We are seeing shorter return periods on catastrophic events, floods, etc. With the development of digital transformation in all aspects of our life, we expect cybersecurity then to be a significant emerging risk that we need to attend to. I think the third thing that I would want to mention is we could please go to the previous slide. Thank you. Just if you could reflect what is on the slide. The third thing, obviously, is our role. Our role is slowly evolving from that of a back office supplier of capacity to the industry to that of being a business partner, working closely with cedants to develop solutions, because we appreciate as reinsurers, it is ultimately about the primary insured through the insurance companies. It is ultimately about the primary insured. So we have to collaborate to fix problems. Over to the next slide. So what are some of the key emerging risks that we face in Africa? Can please proceed? Yes. One is climate change risks. I read a survey, I think a report, Sigma report by Swiss Re, that indicated that over the last 100 years, the average temperature has gone up by slightly in excess of 1 degree. Now that is material. That is so material, and scientists suggest that higher temperatures cause some significant charging in the atmosphere that leads to extremities in our climatic swings, from floods to one extreme to severe droughts on the other extreme, and with much higher frequency. I think the recent pandemic, COVID-19 memories are still here with us. There is health crisis on the rise. Cyber threats, because of the operating environment that we are in, I think we've seen a lot of discussions in media, even as we go into the artificial intelligence space, where we work with AI agents. There are numerous risks that are actually even not foreseen that we have to contend with, that the reinsurance and insurance must position themselves to deal with in the future. Political instability is no secret. There are challenges in various corners of the continent that give rise to different types of risk. But most common, obvious, is the fact that political instability affects commerce in a very big way, and commerce requires insurance to thrive. Economic uncertainty is something that we've seen as reinsurers, okay? How do you price in a hyperinflationary environment where the claims the day after you price are way higher than you had actually anticipated when you're pricing? So these are some of the emerging risks that we have to contend with as an industry. To the next slide. What is the role of reinsurance in then managing these risks? Our role really is centered around one concept. And that concept is the one of providing resilience, okay, to thrive and survive disruption as a result of these emerging risks. And as you can see, we play our traditional role of risk transfer and mitigation. I won't go into it, we understand it. The other thing, obviously, is capacity building and expertise sharing. We operate in very many geographies, yes? And for an insurer in Kenya who's never seen a cyclone, at Continental Re, we've seen a cyclone in Mauritius, and I've got one or two things to say about a cyclone. Innovation and product development is something else. We can support that. Resilience and business continuity is the other thing. We help insurers manage capital and survive catastrophic events so that our businesses continue to serve the populace, the marketplace in future periods. Maybe you can go to the next slide, please. So what are some of the trends, challenges, opportunities that are faced by the market? Brokers, insurers, and reinsurers. Could please go to the next slide? One, which is an opportunity, there is growing demand, okay? Those low insurance penetrations of 3%, yes, indicate low insurance penetration on one side of things, but on the other side, show significant headroom for growth in the African market. Though there is growing demand, awareness and penetration continues to be a challenge. We are not growing as fast as the other sectors, especially financial services and technology, relative to economic growth. Our regulatory frameworks, as we are a young continent, are changing. There's a lot of regulatory reform that is aimed at improving insurance, reinsurance practice in this market. Fair play, growth, insurance penetration, and all the like. Innovation opportunities are also numerous, as our insurance industry relative to the West is still at its infancy, very young. There is a lot that we can do to innovate. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges that our insurers face when you're looking at emerging risks is data limitations and pricing uncertainty. There is limited historical data if you're looking at cyber risks, for example. How do we manage that? Like I said earlier, there's pricing uncertainty in a volatile economic environment. How do you price in an economy where the currency is getting devalued so fast that you cannot keep up with it? Or inflation is changing month on month at double-digit levels. The next slide, please. There's also capital constraints and low insurance penetration affecting our insurers. As an investor in insurance, you have to ask yourself, what is the market potential for this business? And that is a challenge that we must address. There are also capital constraints. And as you've seen in most recent periods, in a lot of jurisdictions, there's a push by regulators to move up the minimum capital requirements for a lot of insurance companies, just so that they can contend with the demands of the market and still remain robust insurance businesses. Trade barriers remain a challenge. We are a big continent with a lot to offer, yet we have a lot of barriers that prevent us from growing at the rate that we should grow at. The United Nations Economic Commission in 2023 reported that intra-Africa trade declined relative to trade between Africa and the West remains an issue, and we really need work on our ability to deliver on our promise. And perhaps the answer lies on our ability to deliver on our promise. And perhaps the answer lies in customer centrism, okay? Rethinking our processes, just so that we can be able to deliver on the promise, capitalizing adequately, and innovating continuously to remain relevant. To the next slide, please. So how do we remain relevant? What is the evolving role of reinsurance in this evolving environment that gives rise to different types of risks? You could please change the slide. First, as reinsurers, we must transition from risk transfer role, which is really the traditional role, to a risk partner. And how do we do that? We must bring the primary insured into focus. For cedants and for insurers, it's really ultimately about the primary insured. Once we have that in focus, then we have a common focal point and can have better discussions around how we can aggregate value chains and then transfer those benefits collectively as reinsurers and insurers to a primary insured, and thereafter raise insurance penetration. Those really are the benefits of that type of collaboration, where insurers are seen as partners to insurers in resolving the problems of the primary insured. Next slide, please. The other item, obviously, is to support product innovation and capacity building. This is the more common activity that we're involved in. We provide product innovation support. We do capacity building through our trainings and knowledge transfer. But the one thing that we really need to invest in is data and analytical support. As reinsurers, we do business from all the insurers who are competing with each other in every market. We must analyze that data and give the relevant insights to the market. Analyze that data and give the relevant insights to the market that would help us manage risk and price product in a much better way that raises insurance penetration. And obviously then there's balance sheet protection. There's a lot more innovation that we can carry out there. I think one example that I can think of is in the life insurance industry. In a lot of our markets, there's a shortage of very long-tailed investment instruments. So if you have bonds, They probably do 20, 25 years. A lot of governments do not want to commit themselves to debt over a very long time. How do you match your annuity liabilities that should run into 40, 50 years in an economy where the securities that are available are short to medium-tailed, 10, 20 years? And I've seen in some economies financial replicating instruments being used, okay, that then enable insurers to manage the matching of their annuity liabilities and commit to those returns at a much later future date. You can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Reinsurance that we are seeing. Next slide. One, we are seeing a lot of parametric and index products coming into play. Of parametric and index products coming into play, especially when you're looking at climate risk and agriculture risk solutions. The second thing is we also seen big data and analytics playing a very big role in the assessment of risks and in supporting underwriting practice, especially with the very big reinsurers. AI and machine learning is something that we've also seen. We've seen a lot of one or two medical underwriters, like in the Kenyan market, introduce AI in the claims adjudication process and turn around a business that was previously loss-making into profit-making. Cyber risk partnerships are something that we are seeing. The extent of what happens in cyberspace as you conduct business is changing so fast. I'm not so sure there is one insurer or insurer who can house all the IT risks that are required to manage the risks that are emerging in an exponential manner in that business environment. So we need partnerships. We need to partner with people. On the Greek side, you know, we have to partner with businesses like Eka Africa, for example, for parametric and index support, where we have economic and health risk pool solution. This is something that we are seeing. I think we've seen this. This is something that we are seeing. I think we've seen this. I think with ARC, Africa Risk Capacity, where they provide some level of support to African countries to be able to respond to pandemics. Next slide. We also seen a lot of ESG focused products and sandbox models. Sandbox models allow for experimentation of new products, yeah, to ensure that you can iteratively work on a product, and when you finally roll it out to commercial scale, it works. And I must laud a lot of regulators like the Insurance Regulatory Authority for setting up a sandbox testing models where we can innovate and test iteratively until it succeeds. Green ESG insurance products are beginning to take root. And in my recent visit at the AIO, I met one or two insurers who look at climate finance support to ensure that the risk of green projects, failing is sufficiently mitigated. Next slide, please. Now, what we're talking about is not just theoretical. There are a couple of simple case studies that demonstrate that this has been done successfully, and indeed, there is room for success in the future. In Kenya, we have livestock parametric insurance. Kenya uses parametric drought index to provide livestock insurance that triggers payouts based on drought severity. And reinsurers are supporting this innovation. Next slide. In Rwanda, the agriculture insurance schemes, some collaborative scheme design that Continental Re participates in. Agriculture insurance schemes in Rwanda are designed with reinsurance and development partners to ensure effectiveness. The government is involved and provides some level of subsidies to make sure that ecosystem works end to end. This does promote some significant benefits to farmers and aligns very well with a lot of the Africa's agenda towards food security. Next slide. There are global pandemic risk pools, like I mentioned earlier, that are taking root. The best example that we can use was the Lloyd's COVID response. That's not in Africa, but the Lloyd's COVID response, where Lloyd's facilitated insurance and finance solutions to address COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen a lot of specialty line risk pools taking root. I've just mentioned one where we've seen agriculture risk pools. There are several in Kenya, as a matter of fact. But we've also seen, especially in the extraction industry, oil and gas in some of the countries where oil and gas pools are being set up. Next slide. Those are examples, case studies of an innovative approach to manage resilience in the African continent. But then how do you build this continued resilience in the African context? Reinsurance must continue to play its role as a stabilizer and a source of expertise. We stabilize against shocks, no? We provide catastrophe covers, okay, so that our insurers can continue to do business even in the face of natural catastrophe. We also give access to global expertise. We must admit, as the African continent, we are still developing capabilities in underwriting, for example, in some of the specialty lines. Underground mining is one of them. We must partner with securities out there that can transfer that knowledge to us gradually so that we increase our risk appetites for some of these specialty lines. Next slide. We must continue to support regional pools and governance. We must continue to support the market on proper underwriting discipline. Next slide, please. So what are some of the collaboration and strategic imperatives for growth? Next slide. We must have a multi-stakeholder collaboration and regional pools. One, we must have a diverse stakeholder partnership, one that goes beyond the traditional partners. We must not only think as reinsurers that our partners are insurers and the broker fraternity and the regulator. Technology providers are now becoming very strategic partners for us. I won't delve into regional risk pools, but as reinsurers, we need to provide expertise on how these can be set up and managed and funded for posterity. There must be cross-border knowledge transfer. Like I said, a lot of reinsurers operate in diverse geographies at any one time. And the insights procured from operating in different geographies can be of great benefit to our cedants. The private sector has never been across huge emerging risks. Across huge emerging risks. Public-private partnerships must be sought. And I can see there is a lot that is being done in this country between the government and the private sector. Next item, please. So as a leader, what are the imperatives of a CEO in the reinsurance space? One, innovative product development. We must think disruptively. We must think about emerging businesses that were not there in yesteryear, that require a very different type of risk mitigation because the risks are non-traditional in nature. We must invest in technology and data. I think data must ultimately become the biggest intangible asset that we invest in, because out of data we can drive the relevant insights that will help us assess risks and make the right commercial decisions that affect all the stakeholders in the value chain positively. ESG and sustainability is very, very important. People, profit, and planet, we must strike a balance. We must support the businesses that give back or invest into the pots of resource that we extract economic value from, so that they can be sustained into perpetuity. And like I've mentioned severally, all our engagements must be strategic. As a CEO, I have to stop thinking about the 12-month cycle and play the long ball. Organizations are built not to be sustained for 12 months, but into perpetuity for generations to come. Next slide. Next slide, please. In conclusion, what can we say? First, on the role of reinsurance. Reinsurance is indeed essential for managing emerging risks in Africa, providing financial stability and risk sharing. The second conclusion about innovation in insurance is that new technologies and collaborative strategies drive innovation. Nobody can do it by themselves, enabling better risk management and market growth, stroke penetration. The other conclusion is on building resilience and its axis on growth. Embracing innovation and cooperation helps build resilience. Nobody can do it by themselves. And insurers and reinsurers and brokers must look beyond their traditional partners into new frontiers to see who else they can partner with to manage the emerging risks and build resilience through innovation. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, from the Continental Re team. We are happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin Moria. The floor is open. Any contribution, any addition, any question? Anything you'd want him to expound on? Seems like everyone is very happy and satisfied, and I guess your presentation answered more or less all the questions that they had. We would like to appreciate you. We have a small token of appreciation, and I would like to welcome Mr. Karenzi to the stage. If we could have the Vice President.
Because when you make a promise, Britam is here to help you see it through. Britam, 60 years of safeguarding Africa's dreams and aspirations.
Everyone has got dreams and aspirations in life, and that's why Britam Insurance is here to safeguard your dreams and aspirations, protecting what matters to you, giving you peace of mind. Drive with confidence knowing that Britam Comprehensive Motor Cover Insurance is with you everywhere you go. Build comfortably knowing that your construction project is covered with Britam's Contractors All Risk Insurance Cover. Securing your in-transit goods with Britam's Marine Insurance Cover. Living a stress-free life as Britam Domestic Package Insurance protects all you treasure. Travel with peace of mind as Britam Travel Insurance guarantees you a secured travel experience. As your friend for life, Britam has covers for almost everything except matters of the heart.
Yes, we are sorry, we won't cover matters of the heart.
With you,
we're still dealing with the reinsurers to make sure we have that reinsured. Yes, our dear guest of honor, Madam Faith, RIBA executives, my colleagues in the insurance industry, good afternoon. My apologies when you're given this slot to speak at this time. People blame global warming, but it is called hunger. Sometimes we tend to deviate from the main presentation. Before I start, let me request, I don't have authorization to do this, and I request, if you allow me, guest of honor, I request that everyone stands. We stretch a bit so that at least I'm asked 2 or 3 questions, and I can guarantee if you don't ask me, I won't leave the stage. Now, we all have signatures, isn't it? We all sign documents. My request to each and every one of you, please, without using your hands, without using your legs, use any other part of your body to do your signature. Those of you who have difficult signatures, let me first demonstrate to you. Let me first demonstrate to you my signature. I want to request each and every one of you to do their signature using, you can use your waist, you can use your shoulders, you can use your head. Feel free. Let's go. On the count of 3, we start, isn't it? 3, 2, 1. Namna hivi mohora. It's like that. Thank you. You can take your seats. I have the honor of standing before you as the CEO of Britam, but also as the chair of Insurers Association, ASAL. And before I begin, allow me to request, first of all, the staff from Britam to kindly stand up. There are those we signed for. I want to be sure they have come through. Those that are representing Britam, kindly stand up. Yeah, I think 100% attendance. Now, allow me also to request all the CEOs of the insurance industry, kindly stand up. And I'll tell you why I'm making these ladies and gentlemen stand. Where's Comrade Konde? I saw him somewhere. You can take your seats. We have been talking about innovation, we have been talking about partnerships, we have been talking about insuring. But the big question is, what happens? I think this is like the 3rd, or if not the 4th conference that we're talking about this topic. But somehow, the ball is dropped somewhere along the way. And my brother, Saul has talked about it passionately. Saul is my young brother. I was in university with him. He was a much smaller guy than he is now. Again, we shall blame global warming. But before we bring on the presentation, I am trying to speak so that the presentation comes on board. Please let me know once it is ready. We talk about innovating, we talk about tech, we talk about partnerships, but there are quite a number of challenges. Some are within our means, others are external. But the more we engage with different stakeholders, I'm very certain we will break through. Currently, we are working on an insurance strategy for the next 10 years with the support from the regulator and Minister of Finance. There are quite a number of things that we have highlighted. And it is a bottom-up strategy. Everyone has been involved. And like in the past where some strategies were done through boardrooms, and then people are there to execute, unfortunately, the ownership lacks. Now we have the ownership from the teams within our respective institutions. We have talked about these interventions, we have talked about these strategies, and once we finalize, everyone will have that document as the Bible, and we go through to make sure that we execute. Partnership is key for us to deliver. Is the presentation ready? But I can see most of the speakers that spoke earlier mentioned all the things that we should be talking about and some of the main things that are in my presentation. But the main reason why I am passionate about this topic, we've been talking about partnering with different institutions, we've been talking about microinsurance. Microinsurance, today we have only one institution that is entirely, organically into microinsurance. Where is Ovio? Please stand up for recognition. People must give you a hand clap. She's one of the few CEOs that have gone a few steps ahead of us, do the training. She's a trainer of trainers, and she's at the forefront of microinsurance. Without microinsurance, we won't be able to achieve our aggressive plan of more than more than doubling our penetration. The topic I was requested to talk about kindly, I've looked at different please, let's move together. MC, I'll claim my minutes. I don't want to be dragged off the stage. Yes, the second slide, please. When we're looking at insurer-led innovation and integration in the changing world, there are many things that we need to look at. And we'll go through, most of them have been talked about, but I want to emphasize a few of those. Next slide, please. Someone talked about disrupting the market. How are we ready to disrupt the market? There's being ready, but also being able. The readiness, the willingness, and the ability. Most of us have the willingness. But do we have the ability? And the ability now cuts across. Someone talked about, I think it was Saul, talked about the board-led focus in terms of innovations. How often do we discuss these topics on innovating? And when we go into innovations, which are stakeholders we involve? Sheila, is she still there? Yes. No insurance company can have a product on the market without involving the actuarial scientists. What are the areas the actuarial scientists are looking at? How are they aligned with the market development team? Is there a disconnect? In most cases, you find there's that disconnect. The fear of the unknown is very common when these products are being worked on. And I think the more engagements, the more we engage different stakeholders within our institutions and the ecosystems we have, the more we'll have these products come on board. We're talking about evolving risks. The climate change, the pandemics, the cyber threats, those have been talked about. We have quite a number of institutions in financial sector that deal with money. There are quite a number of cyber attacks. There have not been many in this market, but we have experiences that we can borrow from within the region and other neighboring countries. How are we protecting those banks and those financial institutions? Recently, there's an institution that was certified in this market, the Africa Specialized Risks. Africa Specialized Risks, and again, Ben, I'll take an opportunity to introduce you. Ben Karenzi, Dr. Kano, kindly stand up. He has been very central in making sure. He's a man of different talents. He's a doctor, he's an insurer, he's a reinsurer, he's also a freedom fighter. He fought for this to bring the capacity in this market. We have the capacity now. The most important question is, how do we use that capacity? As insurers and brokers, how do we tap into that capacity? So all those things have been discussed, and there's a lot of engagements we're having, and all of us, we should be able to benefit from this kind of market developments. The customer expectations. We all need to put the customer at the center of everything we do. When we're innovating, are we thinking about the customer? Or we think about ourselves and then put a product about ourselves on the market? We have struggles in agriculture. Most of us don't play in agriculture. Those who play, they play with cold feet. Again, the fear of the unknown. Or probably the products that are on the market may not be addressing the need on the market. The opportunities for integration, partnerships with banks, telcos, tech. You know, someone talked about data. That data is one of the biggest assets that any institution, any player can have. But again, when you have that data and you don't want to share it, you don't want any other player to tap in, it becomes a problem. I remember when this issue with banks, interoperability, Madam Faith, you know the pushback that was there in terms of the market leader trying to give a pushback because this data was going to be taken advantage of, and you know, customers' numbers. We have banks, we have insurers, we have telcos. When you look at the customers that are in these institutions, there are products that we can work on and partner with these institutions. How easy is it? It's another story altogether. And as we work on these new innovations and these products, we shall work alongside the policymakers and the regulators. In this case, for telcos, RURA and our regulator, who's Benel, but also with Minister of Finance, for us to be able to think more about the market development as opposed to thinking about our data. Some of this data we don't buy. We give a service and then we keep on building on that data. And we should use it to develop the market. Next slide, please. Now, we have talked about market penetration. Those of you who are well-traveled, South Africa is at 11.5% market penetration. My apologies, my eyes are letting me down. Namibia at 7.4. The global average, someone talked about it, around 7%, 6.8. Mauritius, 4.9. Morocco, 4.1. Botswana, 2.4. Tunisia, that. Now, the data for Zimbabwe and Nigeria, they're a bit skewed because of the dollar and the local currency exchange rate. The question is, where do we play as Rwanda? We're at around 2.1. Is that where we need to be? Given the investments and the support we have gotten from the government and the regulator by extension, I don't think that's where we need to play. In the next 5 years, we should be within 5 to 6%. How do we get there? Not business as usual. We can't do business as usual. So this is a call to each and every ecosystem player that what we're looking at to position this market, to position insurance in this market, we're looking at more than doubling our current market penetration. And that means innovating new products, partnerships with different stakeholders. We have more than 14 insurance companies, and there's a general feel the market is disintegrated. We have seen a few mergers taking place. There's no official communication, but there's a rumor that we have 2 insurance companies that are going to merge. Those who are here that play in that environment, you will advise us whether this rumor is confirmed or not. It is possible that we may see other insurance companies merging as well. Someone talked about our capital we have. Is this sufficient enough to play in this market and push this market where we need it? It's another discussion altogether. Of course, the strategy I was talking about, and of course the sandbox that the regulator put for us, we can work out different products for us to be able to know whether it works or not. We shouldn't fear to fail on product innovation because we have a platform. If you bring something on board and it doesn't work out, we can look at something else that can address the market needs. Next slide. So the key challenges, we have talked about the floods, droughts, landslides, the low formal employment and high informal sector, limited disaster financing, and of course the fiscal strain, youth unemployment, which is around 23%, of course the low savings culture, and financial